everybody, welcome back. Sorry about my abrupt end. My power got knocked out from a bad storm. So I have no idea where I am at right now, so I may have to catch back up.
What shall we do, Holmes?
Oh, I am set back a lot.
I have no reason to go.
Seth, am I supposed to be
I have
interacting?
no reason to go that way.
No, not really. Just throwing random comments if you want.
Right on.
Okay, I learned about the killer. Yeah, it gets fucking weird.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no Don't forget that Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Hey.
Hello. You're Jack the Ripper.
You.
Why do you say the
Once he finds out that...
in vino? I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bull.
That's right.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name.
Below the work?
The very...
Lipsky and Company. Do you... Oh, really? Is the...
You...
Lipsky and Company. Is the...
You...
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find... Good evening,
Good
I am... I believe you were on duty the night...
It's just...
But I was told that you... What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar.
His outfit?
I don't...
Nobody else saw this man?
He couldn't...
Well...
I'm blowing through this thing trying to get caught back up, because I was like at the part of the mannequin puzzle.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard. Dutfield's yard. Your interrogation. Midnight. The mem. 12:20. 12:30. 12:48. He passed. 12:43 a.m. 12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the attack. 12:45 a.m. 1 a.m. Mr. Deemshut, we know that. Let's place Liz Stride's murder. 12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation.
Oh wait, you can't see what I'm doing.
Not at the moment.
Let's save this game real quick. Just overwrite the save. Back. Exit game real quick. So I can move my Discord thing up to my top screen. Come on, go up. And now relaunch the game. And then I can share it now.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, Salt.
Hi.
what's up, Salty?
I just came from a pizza place called La Tuff's. It was La Good. I got a bacon cheeseburger pizza.
Nice.
Yeah.
I am streaming Sherlock Holmes: The Awakening. You are in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see. You're walking through an alley.
Okay, trying to figure out where I'm going.
Now, in no time, Buddy's gonna hop up here and get in my way. I just know it.
Anyway, if you want to help throw your brain into the equation, and help me solve puzzles. You guys can.
My brain is too small. It's so small I can't even hold it. Ant-Man found it in the microverse.
Map of London.
I have nothing of it.
Okay, I gotta figure out where I'm going.
Here is the Workers' Club, next to Dutfield's yard. On this poster is written, Club for Socialist Jews.
What are you doing, Daphne?
Liberty. Interesting.
I'm just playing Magic right now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do some training for my basilisk dog.
Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. Her knees and dress, they are clean. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. The ground is muddy.
Okay, time to do some deductions. Blow is given with the right hand. Immortal. The Strider. Whoa. Okay, there's that. Stride and her murderer lie on the ground at the moment of the mortal blow. Man. I did this like, I was doing this on Wednesday and I don't remember the damn it. There it is.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
Say hi to the boys. Hi, boys.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
Okay.
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this
Maybe you
woman
guys
had to
think
defend
about it,
herself
is it?
against an attacker,
Hiya,
why
fellas.
would she have held onto this
Hi,
bag
Ash.
in her hand?
Hi, Ash.
It didn't fall because this woman's hand
I'm
tensed
playing
at the moment
Sherlock
when she
Holmes
fell to
versus
the
Jack the
ground.
Ripper.
Therefore, Watson,
Oh,
we know
shit.
the
I'm
killer
streaming
distracted his victim's attention
Oh,
by
shit.
making them take
Oh,
something
sorry.
out of their pockets.
This?
Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with
I
a
don't know what
strong-willed
exactly
woman.
that means, but it
Why
sounds
didn't he eviscerate
fascinating.
her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes. Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Edow's body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Take the lantern, Watson. Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Nothing of interest here. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away, am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favour, that you do not reveal my identity.
Why?
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found, at the end of this passage.
Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier. When Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited, he saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
I have no reason to go that way. The Imperial Club. This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Nothing of interest here. Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it. Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson? The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed. These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen. The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side.
This one was a brutal
The cheeks
one.
were slashed to make them thinner. The nose was cut. The eyelids were cut off. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
This was a brutal one.
thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. Part of this apron is missing. The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. We must, first and foremost, locate the 3 exits leading to Mitre Square, Watson. This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen. Nothing of interest here. I have no reason to go that way. Nothing of interest here. Let's look at our timeline, Watson. "1:30 a.m. PC Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds." If PC Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
I have no reason to go that way. I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson. Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the church passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there. 1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. 1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson. (1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson. There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible!
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go. I have no reason. Let's go. There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found. I have no reason to go that way. Nothing of interest here. I have no reason to go that way. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's night time and the street is deserted, Holmes. I have no reason to go that way. That may come in handy, who knows? That may come in handy, who knows? An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out. A watering can. A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it. A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edow's not far from the synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Oh boy, I forgot that Salt Your Game's coming through on my end.
It is?
Yes.
You hear all of
Some
it?
mannequins
Yes.
here, Watson.
That's strange.
Especially
It's
I'll
like-
just turn it down.
It's like choppy. It's not like it's coming through like crystal clear. We can hear them speaking words, but
I can
it's
definitely
like
make out what they were
choppy.
saying quite easily.
Yeah, well. Here.
Oh, I know what's going on here. I'll check my settings.
A wig. This will come in handy.
There, that has to do it. I just turned on the noise suppression.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Is it better now?
In a sec.
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses. Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5 foot 7 inches tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5 foot 3 inches. Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
A dark jacket, a gray cap, a red scarf around his neck.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two. Perfect, Watson. Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson. Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson. Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair. Turn on the light, Watson. Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility. Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible. Perfect, Watson. Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
This would be 17, and you would be 35. You would be 18 and 34. You would be 19.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Range of error.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do? No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, Watson.
Motives.
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal!
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses. We'll need a map, Watson.
Yes.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Yeah, so we're gonna look to here, so it's like, well, I mean, I got $16 for you. I told you I wasn't gonna have 20. I said 16 like 4 times. Okay. Well, I was asking if you had 8 cash, so I'd get on your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I said, you know what I said after that? 16. I said that like 20 times.
Oh, sorry.
I literally said that. You said I need 20 of them. You know, I was like, I have 16. I said, you really don't remember that. Like, I actually thought you were paying attention. And that razor is shitty. It's a razor from that. But a little different look. This one's terrible. Try not to go too hard, so more like accidentally pulling like all over. But I didn't anticipate you saying that was why I made sure I got 7 on 5. So it's like, well, at least if I get 5, like even 40.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
So I got 5 packs of cigarettes. Now, yeah.
Yes. Sophie, what side are you on?
I'm on the Republic side.
You see,
Okay.
Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched or that he could be recognized.
So the killer lives at the center of this cross.
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other. Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are.
Points to get
We must
anything.
determine the area in which one
So I don't
from
want
Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square
have
in
anything.
less than half an hour.
Yeah.
To do this,
Fair
let's
enough.
draw
Like
an
me,
ellipsis.
baby. You
The
don't
length
like window
between
shopping
Dutfield's
when
Yard
you're-
and Mitre Square corresponds to
I
20
like the window
minutes.
shop.
By adding
I know you
half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the
Okay,
two
okay.
murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths
You're like,
makes
let's
30
look at all
minutes,
these
we
things
get
that
our
we can't
ellipsis.
afford to buy right now.
I really wish they would turn those extra, like, reputation that you get rewarded into, like, credits or something.
Yeah. Well, you can sell them.
You can sell them?
Yeah.
What? I never knew you could sell them.
Yeah, you mean those extra reputation trophies that gives you nothing?
Yeah.
You can sell them.
Oh my goodness, I deleted so many of them.
Oh.
Like, not recently, but in the past. I was like, get these out of my face.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to try to watch them or share it. But they're with us, right? Coming on. Alright, I took yours. I know yours was the one that got put out, but mine was, so.
Hmm. Okay, I don't know why it's not going through.
Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Be right back.
Reverse jar corresponds to 30. Adding half to get the distance of 30 minutes by taking the two right segments starting from each of the two murder scenes, which the sum. Dutchfield Yard.
Okay.
And this is Dimitri's.
Definitely. You want to work on your storyline?
Yeah. Give me a second.
My training for my dog is almost complete.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just needs one more thing for his damage.
I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? To do this, let's draw an ellipse. The length between Dutchfield Yard and Mitri Square, corresponding to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder points, which the sum of the lengths take about 30 minutes, so I need a freaking ruler. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? It's kind of hard to be precise. I don't understand this part. It don't make any damn sense. At least, I know what I need to do, but the thing is, I don't know my proper points. Let's draw an ellipse, the lengths between Dutchfield Yard and Mitri Square, corresponding to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, which the sums of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipse. This one honestly don't make any... Like, I understand what I need to do, but I don't know how to execute it properly. So compass. Yeah, I'm just not understanding. It's not clicking. It's for me anyway. I don't know where to. Like, how accurate does this need to freaking be? I don't freaking know. Why isn't this working?
Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson. There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed, and our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Trace a circle. Made it under a certain zone. Okay. Long before, we can assume that he had to do it from in a safe zone. Which is not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's try a circle around this point with the distance separating it from Mitre Square. As the radius, this will enable us to determine our killer's safe.
Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined. There we are, Watson, the Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward!
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed 1 or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing, Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him. Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
That traitor! He owes me if I find him!
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated. This compartment was repaired recently. This compartment was repaired recently. This compartment was repaired recently.
I have no idea. Torch maybe? Maybe not. Trying to see if there's any distinguishing features. All hairbrains are on top letter. It could easily have passed to one of the new lad's errors. And everything is balanced. With the society section on his right, and this latter economy of what a lovely mess.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings. Water. I need something. I need something. I need something. There, that will provide me with steam. Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Smithy affair. Murdered. Commissioner of the police. Attend for the commissioners of police. Miss Mary Rosa, duty keeper, a common lodge house. Duty keeper, common lodge house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years on the evening of the bank holiday. April 2nd, she left her home at 5 o'clock, returned about 4 or 5. Next morning, in a dreadful state, her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all of her money. The witness took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said that there were 3 men, but she could not describe them. Mr. George House's house surgeon stated that when deceased was admitted to the hospital, she looks like she's been drinking but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from her head and her ear, and other injuries of a revolting nature. Witness found that she had been suffering from a rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning, she was passing near the Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all of her money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe what her assailants, except the fact that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, April 4th, through the peritonitis set up by the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at some point, addressed the deceased, opposed to seeing Mr. Smith in company with the man, corner of Fair Street and Burdett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief round his neck. He was of medium height, but witnesses did not think she could have identified him. Chief Inspector with H Division stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He happened to question He had questioned the constables on the beat, but none of them had appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of the justice would be better met by the jury recording the verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, April 8th, had not any clue to the person who committed the outrage. Ugh. Last day of the Inquisitive, Thursday against August 23rd, 1888. Yesterday afternoon, 23rd of August, George Calder, the deputy coroner for the Southeast Middlesex, or Sax, or however it's pronounced, I don't know. I'm not British. Resumed the inquiry at the Working Lads Institute, Whitechapel, into the circumstances attending the death of Martha Turner, or Tabaram, a hawker lately living at 4 Star Palace, Star Street, Commercial Road E. It was discovered early in the morning of Tuesday that the 7th inquest, lying dead on the first floor landing of some model dwellings known as the George Yard Buildings, Commercial Street, Spitzfield Spring, when found the woman present as a shocking appearance, there being 39 stab wounds on the body, some of them apparently having been inflicted with a bayonet. Alfred George Crow, cab driver, 35 George Yard Buildings, deposed that he got home at 3:30 on Tuesday morning. As he was passing the first floor landing, he saw a body lying on the ground. He took no notice, as he was accustomed to seeing people lying about there. He did not then know whether that the person was alive or dead. was a single woman and had been known the woman Taberman for about 4 or 5 months. She knew her by the name of Emma. She last saw her live on bank holiday night, when the witness was with her about three quarters of an hour, and they separated at 11:45. Witness was with Taberman and 2 soldiers, 1 private, 1 corporal. She did not know what the regiment they belonged to, but they had white bands around their caps. After they separated, Taberman and went away with the private, and Witness accompanied the corporal up to Angel Alley. There was no quarrel between any of them. Witness has been to the barracks to identify the soldiers, and the 2 men she picked out were the best of her belief, the men she and Taberman were with. Men at Wellington's barracks were paraded before the witnesses. One of the men picked out by the witness turned out to not be a corporal, but he had stripes on his arm. Jeez, this one's going on for a while. My throat's getting tired. Detective Inspector Reed made a statement of effort made by the police to discover the perpetrator of the murder. Several persons had stated that they saw the deceased woman on the previous Sunday with the corporal, but when all the corporals and the privates at the tower were paraded before them, they failed to identify the man. The military's authorities afforded every facility to the police. Pearl Polly picked out 2 men belonging to the Coldstream Guards at the Wellington Barracks. One of those men had 3 good conduct stripes, and he was proved beyond doubt to have been with his wife from 8 o'clock on Monday night until 6 o'clock the following morning. The other man, who also proved to have been in the barracks at 5 minutes past 10 on the bank's holiday night. The police would be pleased if anyone would give them information of having seen anyone with the deceased on the night of the holiday banks. The coroner, in a summing up, said that the crime was one of the most brutal that had occurred for some years. The poor defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in a manner which this woman had been almost beyond belief. They can only come up with one conclusion, that the deceased was brutally and cruelly murdered. The jury returned the verdict of the willful murder against someone or persons unknown.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop. I must go to the pet shop. I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah.
Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels. face into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons. Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipschke and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Also,
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons. Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade, who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections, and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is, in this area, often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it, but if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
Looks more like leprosy to me.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
Me lord, I assure that my entire collaboration is in the affair, which I must reply, no one will be able to cast alternate instruments. You support our policies. They won't cooperate with the police as long as there's higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. Menaced? I don't freaking know. As you mentioned, we avoided having to explain uncultured masses, exchanges medical research, a general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully invoked the rumor that you mentioned that in your letters when I met with my colleagues. It turned out to have grounds in the specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months since, the American doctor in London did in fact contact certain hospital. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of female genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and the publication. The doctor in question included a uterus specimen freshly conserved in a formalin, which each of the research dissertations sent to each of his colleagues involved. A large quantity of it was thus necessary, and the doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for 20 pounds each. The hospital director did not pay heed to these demands. Of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows of what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions had made a tour of the hospital in question at the time, and has spread to the others since simple day laborers employed in our organization considered that the gain of 20 pounds could be justified at a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I did, I didn't find any existence of any publication with evidential correlation on this or other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he perhaps returned to London and found someone who might furnish him with what he's looking for.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study. Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map. That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a runner, he is.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month. Let's return to the boarding house.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear, and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's, as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety-yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs, and as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me. And not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Can we believe this man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No,
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him. I have no reason to go that way.
It's turned dark.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home? Let's go to Baker Street.
What the? That was horrible.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
And how the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson. Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out. Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep. There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to inspect the lungs. The liver was neatly removed. An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list. There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
What?
Watson's vomiting up his...
I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there. Let's go to the cobbler's. Let's go to the cobbler's.
Beep, beep.
Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not.
cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Oh, yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobbler's. Good evening, Mr. Solomnovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomnovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Chaim Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square, am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomnovich, later. Let's go to the Imperial Club. Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Chaim Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed, I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. There is a cellar window behind this barrel which is preventing me from passing. There is a cellar window behind this barrel which is preventing me from passing. Coal. It's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stock room in the cellar beneath this room. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place. This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot. I will need a pivot. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest. I have no reason. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. I will need a pivot. Coal, it's a service.
What's a pivot? I know what I think I know what a fulcrum means. I missed something.
Judging by the sound of voices and applause, there is a meeting going on at this very moment. I'll have to be very cautious.
Pardon me, sir, but the club is only open to members.
I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. This may come in handy. I will need a pivot. There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel. I will need a pivot. I will need a pivot. A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders. Nothing of interest here. I should be able to make it tip over. Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook. Let's go. Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club. This may come in handy. Closed. Closed. Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish-English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
New court. Tuesday, April 18th, 86. Before Mr. Recorder. Moss Woolif, Jacob Levy, 30. Steal 14 pounds of meat at Heyman Sampson. Mr. Black for Wolf. And Mr. Defana, or I'm not going to say it. For Levy, Neil Bacon, I received information of many inspectors on the 10th of March. At 6:15 a.m., I was watching the prosecutor's shop. Phillips came up to the door and knocked, got an answer, and went away. With about 2 minutes afterwards, Levy came out of his shop door. Which is next door, and a post divides them. He knocked at Mr. Sampson's door, went back in his own door, and came out again in a minute or two. Unscrewed the bolt of his rifles, unscrewed the bolt of his shutter bar, and then looked around. Knocked at Mr. Sampson's door again. No answer. He went down the street 10 or 12 yards to the corner of Stony Lane. Philip joined him, and they conversed and went back to Mr. Sampson's door. Philip knocked, and Levy went in at his own door. The door was open. Philip went in and turned up the gas. Levy came out of the shop and went into Mr. Sampson's shop, where he had a conversation with Phillips, and he came back in about a minute. Who went into his own shop, where I saw I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody with my poor reading skills. I just don't like fancy handwriting. It makes it hard to read for me. Piece of meat, back of his office, the shop door, and then flung it on the hook. I was just inside the door, and then came out footway, looked around, took the meat off the hook, and took it quickly in at Lewis's door, and gave it to Lewis. He then returned to Sampson's shop. I ran into Levy's shop, caught hold of him with the meat in his hand, and asked what he was going to do with it. He said, "We are only having a lark. I am going to weigh it." I said I did not believe it. I should take him to Mr. Sampson, which I did, and then he took him to the station, where he repeated that it was only a lark. I found 32 pounds and 10 ounces. Or what it is in his back pocket. The meat was 14. Well, wait. I don't know this currency. I just know crowns. Crowns and pounds. 14 pounds of beef. I've been watching since 5:15. It was pretty light outside at 6:15, but not inside Levy's shop. There would have been no gas cross-examined by Mr. Black, and I was in the same buildings opposite, laying among some brick and rubbish. But not within hearing distance. I could not see who opened the door. As the shutters were not down, but Philip turned the gas up afterwards. We were both in a plain clothes. Wolf sleeps on the premise. James Jones, city policeman, 9:35. I was with Bacon, and I have heard his evidence and corroborated it. I went into Sampson's shop and saw Philip and Wolf. I told them I was a police officer and I should take them into custody for stealing a piece of beef. I knew nothing. Said I knew nothing about it. I came from the back of the shop. Wolf said I knew nothing about it. Took them to the station. Cross-examined by Mr. Black. Wolf did not say I know nothing about it. I corrected myself. He made no reply. Examined by Mr. And I did not go into Levy's shop, nor did I see in, as the shutters were up. There may have been a quality of meat in the background. Hi, Miss Sampson, and a butcher of 35 Middlesex Street. Phillips and Wolf were my servants. Philip about 3 months ago, Wolf about 2 or 2.5 years. I spoken to the police on the 10th of March. At 5 o'clock, I went to the market. I was sent for and came back and only found the 3 prisoners in custody. The policeman had asked Levy for what he intended to do with it. He said the boy brought it in for a lark and said, Mr. Sampson, you are not going to do anything with me. The meat was 7 silver. Philip slept at the shop on Wednesday and Thursday. This was Wednesday morning. He was sleeping away from the shop on a Tuesday night. Mr. Black, I discharged Wolf once. I took him back again. I found I had placed the Goldstone Street for 19 years, and I know Binwell and Butcher. I took Wolf from his employment and never asked for a character. He was the only little boy I have ever found fault with. I've never found fault with him before. Levy, cross-examined by Mr. Jerfin. Levy was there before I came in. He was not taking customers from me. I have no animosity against him. I have met him out of business hours. This was not the best meat at 60 per pound. I have some at 70. Levy has never chaffed me and said that his meat was better than mine. He buys from the same killer as I do. I sell more expensive meat than he does, but there has been no joking about it, nor did we ever bet about it. The Jewish authorities will not give a man a license unless he is excellent character. I have accused my wife of robbing me. I did not find out that she had a separate banking account. I did not accuse her before Phillips came to my service. I may have said that at the police court. I've accused her 12 months ago. I have not said that if Levy would have left his shop, I would not carry on the prosecution against him. I would not let him off for 10,000 pounds, I think. After examined at 6:15 a.m., my 5 employees are on the premise. Levy receives a good character. Philip's not guilty. Wolfie guilty. Recommended to mercy by jury. 4 months of hard labor. Levy guilty of receiving 12 months of hard labor.
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
I want you to know your clubs need kosher meat. Clubs need kosher meat. When you have use, I would be able to furnish it for you. Guaranteed by any complaint arbitrary, it will be delivered directly to your society, and at the time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call me upon my service, Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hayam Levy.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy. This must be the club's safe. What I am looking for is probably inside. I need something. This must be the club's safe. What I am looking for is probably inside. The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see. No, that's not it.
This is a weird Y. Or maybe there's symbols I just don't I don't know, because I don't...
No, that's not it.
No, those don't line up.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. The lock on this chest is...
I feel like I'm missing a piece. This has to be up top because there's no bottom P and I can't rotate the piece. And I don't see a secondary weird Y. That means this is gonna have to go on top as well. That puts that P on the side, forcing this one to this side. No, not you. I know these two go together. This piece here. And block me is the problem. Unless that's just a really worn Z, but I highly doubt it. I really wish I didn't hear that.
The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Elementary. I need something. I need something. I need something. These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left. Excellent. Now, on to the next step. Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Chaim Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen. Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way. I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. Closed. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post. The kitchen. It's... I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. This may come in handy. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there. I need something. I need something. Now let's quickly hide in a... Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street. Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy. Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mummy, who's the man that you are talking to?
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
As I was saying, Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mummy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levies in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
Daddy!
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street. Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay...
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me? Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson. Perfect, Watson. Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson. Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them. Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them. Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them. There you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children. He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes, thus it was they who infected him and they who must pay.
But why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last two victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in the butchers or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife oiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
I do believe we are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You are sometimes a little hot-headed. And moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you. I won't be long.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you. Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solonovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.